Good evening and welcome back. And hi Alma, how are you? Long time no see. And thanks for the host. Um, yep, that's and there's the notification I was waiting for. So, um, in the break I kind of extended this in the back a bit, and now everything should fit in here. So we can start working on the basement area and the interior here. Still get kind of a decent amount of space here for our stairs and the kitchen and stuff like that. So, let's do that. I want to go down here and kind of create the basement. And then see what we might need for that. First thing we need is different kind of wall. So that we can kind of give it different texture than this one here. Okay. What I also need is different corner here. Might sound a bit strange, but you will see what I mean in a moment once I load in the mesh for this. For me, this is kind of an outside or an outer corner. This is more of an inner corner. But we need both these for proper dungeons and stuff like that. So otherwise we would need kind of pillar piece here to connect them. Yay! Stream hype! Awesome! Oops, it's maybe a bit too far. I think that's enough. And now we need to move this here and rotate it around. And here I need to check for the roof pieces that I have in this set, the height of them. Let's see. I think they're in Cathedral. Yeah, here they are. That's not the right piece. Let's see, this one maybe. No, they have all of these walls here that I don't need. I think they're not. Okay, they're all entrances, so that's the wrong thing. We don't need those. Yep, that's the one we need. Yeah, looks like there's enough space here for those. Okay, that's not the right piece, so we need to add one for down here. Okay, we come in here, but how big does this room need to be? Let's see. Let's add in a cylinder. I just need this to kind of block out the brewery vats that are in here, but I think they are bigger than that. So we need this to be bigger. Let's see. Let's have a look what brewery vats look like. So let's jump over here, and it's runes. Oh, that's the image for the lights. I mean, this is quite an old picture, but I think I want this to be a bit more modern. Not too modern, so let's try to find a picture for kind of something between those. Let's see what this looks like. Yep, definitely. Interesting. It's always a combination of big boilers and kind of areas where stuff is mixed. which means at some point I need to create those. Hello. Okay, yeah, but those are bathtubs. It's, yeah. Not the right thing we are looking for. Okay, that's some strange machinery, which I will not build. I might just build the outer shell of it and say, okay, that's that. But I'm not building the details of that. And what do we have here? This link? You can do that. Here you go. But I'm not sure how detailed the pictures are in here that you can get. View larger image. Yeah, I think it's the biggest you can get in that area here. So not sure if it would be usable to yeah, the thing is I'm not sure it's really needed to be detailed. Yeah, maybe I should do that. Even though I'm also not the right person for this idea because I don't drink beer at all. So, but I've seen those boilers and stuff like that, and so that might look interesting. I mean, something like this, I think I could be able to model myself. Just the boilers, some tubes connecting them. Yeah, that's the idea. Yeah, I was thinking of something like this. Some nice copper brass boilers with some tubes running along. And some big barrels. This is good because here we can see how big these barrels can get. So I think we can go up a bit more. But the idea for this room is it's kind of the boiler room with a lot of these big boilers in here. Yep. One thing I need to keep in mind is what is above that and where the tubes will run and stuff like that. So we might need to move this room somewhere else or a bit more to the front here. But I already see one problem here because we need to go down a bit more because at the moment we are limited on this side. Let me see. Do I have the pictures for that? No, it doesn't look like I scanned this in. Let me do that. Now I just need to find the sketches I have for this. Awesome. Where did I put that stuff? Yeah, for some reason I can't find this stuff. Here it is. Ha! I found it. Awesome. So let's skin this in. Something I should have done a long time ago. Those are the notes the game master of the campaign gave to me at some point after the campaign, after I said I wanted to kind of build this at some point. Let's put this over here. Let's make a JPEG. Where did I save this? I thought I saved it in here. Oh. Okay. Did create a folder for it. So this is the entrance. Here we have a few tables, bar, taps, and it's the kitchen. Then there was a trap door with just a ladder going down, and I changed that to actual staircase for my stuff. And I moved this. I added some kind of storeroom here and added more rooms here, staircase to upper floors and stuff like that. And here we have the downstairs area, which is the room I'm thinking of at the moment. Yeah, here was the ladder that came down to this room, and then here we have the brewery vats and these metal walkways here. And then below that we have a storeroom with a kind of secret room and now sealed entrance to an old cave where there was a goblin camp at some point, which I'm not sure if I will add stuff from this camp in here. It's still there, but kind of unused. It's basically what I have here. So the idea is to kind of get the floor here. I think I have assets for that we can use. Train catacombs. The metal walkways or grating on the floors. This one. No, it's not that one. Interesting. Here we have some kind of floor pieces that we could use for canals and stuff like that, and then combine them with the grate here. Grate pieces we have. These should have the same dimensions as the other floor pieces. But like I said, it looks like we might need to move this over a bit, so we are not colliding with the staircase here. with our roof pieces. So I think the easiest way is just to add one more piece to the corridor here, basically. Then we have at least it's 3 pieces on each side. So that we can put this kind of in the center of this piece here in the middle. There's enough space to walk around it. And tubes will be a bit of a problem, but no, not really problem, but I need to figure out where I want them to lead and stuff like that. But we might use the spline tools for the tubes. Sorry about that. And then we had at least 3 of these. I'm thinking of maybe adding more. But I'm not sure yet. Even though some of these floor pieces I'm setting down now will be replaced with ones with grating and stuff that I showed earlier. Just want to have something here to kind of be able to walk around and measure the distances and see what it feels like in game. And then you would have another door and staircase down to the next level. Oops. Way too fast. And here we need to cut out terrain so that we can actually walk down there. Yeah, I think that's big enough. Doesn't need to be that much bigger than there. And what's going on here? Why can't we get up the stairs? And I need to do something else here because it kind of bugs me. I need to remove the grass. Interesting. I might need to do a bit of landscaping here as well. Most of it looks okay. Okay. Why is the stair here not working correctly? Strange. Okay, let's continue working on this. Can fix this later. And here we need one more. Oh no, let's move this here. Then add another one here. Which would be almost done here. Duplicate the wrong one. Yes, I did. Oh, it's not this one, it's this one here. Yep. Yeah, well, this would have been slightly faster with kind of a small script on this that puts down the floors. But creating that would take time as well, so not sure what's the best solution for that. So okay, so back here we could just start going down here already, then kind of take the corner, go further down here. Let's see. Okay, here it was straight stairs down, and then this. It's kind of connected here. Slight problem with that is the fact that this room also needs to have a specific height for the roof pieces and stuff like that. So the stairs need to be longer. I think what I did was kind of curve them around here and then kind of rotated this under here with the cave being down here. Which is also something I need to look where to put that, because the cave is not small as far as I remember. I need to put it somewhere so that we can still create it and move the whole thing around and do not need to create additional mountains around it, so that we have the cave in there. So I think I'm going down here slightly. So adding stairs here and then go up to the corner and then add another staircase down and then maybe add 1 or 2 steps in there. So let's take our stairs. And let's add a stair here. Yeah, this should be enough room for the roof. Hello, how are you? Oh, let's add one more. Then go into the room. Oh, yep. I mean, I'm unemployed, but I know what you mean. Work, work. Ooh, interesting. So let's see. How big is that room? Okay. If we go roughly by these measurements here, then yeah, there are a few things I really miss from Unity, I have to say. Especially the building stuff is a bit not limited, but different. Oh yeah, material nodes and stuff like that. Awesome in Unreal. I mean, for Unity, there's the what is it called? Strumpy's shader editor or so. Not 100% sure about the name. There is some kind of node-based shader editor, but you need to buy it separately, which is kind of a problem in Unity. I mean, you kind of can, but you need to invest money, a lot of money, to kind of buy all the cool features that are in Unreal for Unity. Then you can use Unity and kind of buy everything else. So what was it, 6x6? Yeah, same here. Even though one thing I don't like is building houses in here, but I might do it wrong. That's always a possibility. Yeah, it is chill. That's the right word for it. It, yeah, can also be kind of frustrating to if I need to change, for instance, this piece here. If this piece needs to change, I need to go through the whole array here and find the right piece. Can't just select that and kind of, as I can move it, but if I want to delete it, then nothing happens. And if I click on it again and delete, everything is gone. Not good. That's a bit annoying. It should select the right object in the list here, so I can kind of work with it. Yeah. The thing is, I like to build um, in a modular way, so I can kind of work with what I have and see, okay, this wall would look better here, that wall would look better there, this floor piece here, and stuff like that. I'm quite sure I'm doing something wrong, but that's the only way I found so far that kind of works for what I'm doing. That array here, what that is, that's the number of instances of this instance static mesh component here. At the moment I have nearly 300 pieces and they all have one yeah, the problem is then if I would do it that way, the static mesh, I would have about 300 draw calls, and this way I have only one draw call. That's kind of the optimization thing in here. Makes placing them kind of a pain, but makes the performance better. So I'm not sure if I'm doing something wrong in that regard. Yeah. There's one problem I have with these instant static meshes. And that one problem is that I can't put variations on them easily. I need to make a copy of the whole thing and then delete some of them and put variations in that way, but I'm not sure if I want to do that. Because at the moment they all look the same. If I want to add some kind of broken pieces here, and for instance adding the crating here will be horrible. Because I need to find the right elements, delete those, and put in the crating pieces. Which will be grating, I don't know. This thing here. Kind of metal walkways or grating above sunken floor pieces. Yeah. Decals could work. That's true, yeah. Yeah, but you would need to completely redo the building with instanced meshes, right? Or is there some way to just transform everything into instances? So it finds meshes that use the same static meshes that use the same mesh and then combine them? Is there something like that? If so, please tell me how and where. I would gladly do it, but I haven't found something like that yet. It does, yes, it does. Let me show you the barrels we have here. Meshes. I think it's market. No, it's props. Barrels. And we have different kinds of barrels here. For instance, the ale barrel that I already used. Yeah, I'm not sure why it is so. It looks a bit strange. It should have better resolution. Yep, that would be awesome. It's kind of why I created my procedural house thingy. I mean, I have it the other way around. I created a blueprint to build houses, but I'm not using it anymore. Let's see, do we have... We have rum barrels. And we have... What are these? Okay, they don't have anything on it. Also rum. But there are a few assets, but they all have the same problem. They were designed for Unity and not with PBR in mind. So they don't really have metallic maps. You can see that on the metal parts here. They do not look that good. Oh, if you want to get this pack, it's awesome. I really recommend this. It's the Village Exterior kit. It's all this here. There you go. A lot of different. Unity does allow PBR. But the asset pack doesn't have PBR textures. Because originally it was created for top-down games and mobile games. And that's why there are no PBR stuff in it. I'm not sure if he will add them in at some point, but I kind of doubt it. Yeah, we have barrels with XXX on it, but no wine barrels per se. But like I said, there's a lot of stuff here. that you can use. Let's see, does he have a list of? Yeah, here. $4,126 meshes, and that for $60, which is really, really cheap, I would say. And they are really nice looking assets. And I will definitely use some of them. Might retexture them somehow, but I'm definitely using them. Okay, bye bye, have fun. I mean, if you need the kind of fantasy exterior and interior packs, have a look at the 3D Forge stuff. It's the exterior and interior kit here. It's kind of the equivalent to the exterior part. For instance, these tables and mugs and all these stuff I will be using for my stuff. But some of the walls, I didn't like the textures, so I changed stuff on it. It kind of depends if you want to use those models or if you just want to have them as a guideline for your stuff. If you just want to have them for a guideline, I could send you 1 or 2 samples. Okay. I haven't played that yet, so not sure how it works. Nice. Can you do me a favor and kick him and ask him why he wants to sell DLC for a game that's not even out yet? Because that's a really stupid move they did there. Not sure yet. So far, I haven't seen any big light bleeding through. Because most of them, of the models, have um, are two-sided, and we can, to make proper balls, I need to add two of the same next to each other. But so far, I haven't seen a lot of light bleeding through. Might be if I do the lighting build, but I haven't done that yet. Yeah, like I said, I haven't played the game yet, but it's from project standpoint, it's kind of a, I'm not sure what they think about that. Yeah, okay, money. That's what they thought, but adding DLC to a game that's not completely done yet is a bit of a strange move. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of a problem. Yeah, but for a game that's still in early access, it's a bit strange. I think they're kind of the only one that I can think of at the moment that are doing that. And I might just see the industry with kind of two rose tinted glasses and not sure yet. Yeah, the problem is um, at some point I might need to go into early access with this game because at some point I kind of need money for it. That's the big problem I have, and Since I'm working alone on it, Kickstarter is too much work, and I'm not sure how long it will take. That's the other thing. So I might go with the early access route and have something playable, but not the full content yet. Okay. I just saw that it was DLC and for an early access game, so didn't know what it was completely. Yeah, that's definitely, yeah. It's something that needs to be more clear to people that they are testing a product and paying for testing a product. And they get early access to a game that they wouldn't have access to otherwise. That's the thing. Oh, I tried that. I would love to have a job and do this on the side. Yep. Judging by the videos Jim Sterling does, uh, it's really surprising some of them boot up, yeah. So let's have a look what the... Okay, it's on the other side. Not really. There are jobs, but most of them do not pay anything um, worth getting a job for, to be honest. Subnautica is awesome. It's a really awesome game. I recently bought it after having it on my wish list for about a year or so. I haven't played Kerbal yet. Need to do that at some point. And the problem with jobs in Germany is that um, most jobs you need to have experience, which means you need to have worked on games that were published and sold well, and not really what kind of experience you have. It's just that you need to have published a game, and that's kind of stupid because when you get into the industry, you don't have published games. You need to work on games to get published games and stuff like that. So it's kind of a stupid system. And the jobs that I did have uh, and can get do not pay. Yeah, that's the idea. Okay, this would then lead into the cave, which would be out here somewhere. They are paying, but they are paying um, below minimum wage. And because most jobs I can get at the moment are just internships, and internships do not pay full wage, or they most of them don't do. There are some cases, if it's longer than 3 months, they have to pay minimum wage at least. And as a result, most of these internships end after 3 months. And for not working, I'm getting more, which is kind of strange, or good social system. I don't know. So that's kind of the problem I'm in at the moment. That by not working, I'm getting more each month than if I were to work a job like that. Which is kind of a problem and a blessing at the same time. Okay, it's the floor parts of the basement mostly done. I just need to add the cave out here, which I'm not sure yet how to what it will look like. I'm getting it from the state. Unemployment payments. Because I still need to be able to afford food, and that's what I'm getting the money for. It's definitely not enough to live comfortably, but it's enough to get by. That's kind of what I'm doing. But I it's not that easy, to be honest. I needed to do a lot of different things, and every month I need to go to the unemployment office and tell them what I'm doing at the moment, what my efforts are to get a job, um, stuff like that. And the most recent developments in that regard are a bit more involved. So I wouldn't recommend this for everyone. For instance, I was moving about. When did I move? 2 months ago? 3 months ago? And that was a real pain to do. Moving without getting the okay from the unemployment office. Um, Real pain in the ass. And in the end, I didn't get any money for the move and had to pay everything myself, which meant having less money for myself, but I needed to move, otherwise I would have had more problems. Yeah, kind of. it's different for people coming from the outside. I know the guys that that work on Albion Online. Those are some of them are former teachers and former classmates in the game design school I went to, and he must have had a good resume. Good, good references and stuff like that to get a job there. I tried to get to work there with just connections because I know most of the people working there, but I wasn't good enough. They didn't want me. So, yep, definitely. And that's why I'm working on this. It's also par- partially portfolio, partially something that I will publish at some point. So, yep. No, I don't want to work in Gaylord. And as far as Loki tells it, there are no jobs there as well, so might be a waste of time and money to get there. Okay, there was the piece. It was overlapping. Not as far as I know. That's kind of the problem I have with the system here. And if there is, please tell me how. Because I think it might be some kind of... Maybe there is some kind of plugin that you can buy that does that, but I haven't looked for something like that yet. I'm not quite sure if it will really speed up the process. But what I would need for this is some kind of tool that kind of sets the pieces out automatically. So I kind of wrote this myself already, but I don't want to go into the construction script and do all that stuff again. And then do it for different floors and different configurations in the same blueprint. I think that would be kind of horrible. Thanks for the effort. But it doesn't help. Okay, let's put this piece here and then we are done with these corner or these side pieces here. Okay, now we need to add the corners and all the pieces in between. Then we have a ceiling. Yay! And then we need to do the same for the walls and all that stuff. Yay! So I will be back in a moment. Okay, I'm back. So, let's compile this and let's have a look. Maybe there's something like this. Oh, I tried to install that, it didn't work for me. The Rama plugin thingies didn't work. Not sure why. I think it's they are not for the right version I'm using. This sounds interesting, yeah. Okay. But I'm not sure if they updated the Rama vertex snap editor tool. That would be awesome if I could do that. Yep, that would be really awesome. It's kind of what I'm doing by hand at the moment. Interesting. I'm not sure if I have that at the moment. No compatible engine installed. Why? Interesting. We'll have definitely look at this at some point. This could be useful. But I'm not sure if I have the money at the moment. So let's do something a bit different. Now that we might have a better solution for building this in the inside here, which is not that expensive, but we need something for the corners here. Some kind of pillar that covers up these pieces and also covers up the seams we have here, because the texture is not seamless. And we also need a new piece of roof here. And that goes around the corner here. So, off to Blender. Let's see. This needs to be 0.5, 0.5 maybe. Oops. No. Yeah, that could work. Cover up the corner at least. So if we make this slightly bigger, we can also cover up our seams with it. to it. And by that I mean make a few cuts here. Uh-oh. Oh, we need to fix that in a moment. Let's make this. I know. Let's extrude those. Oh no, let's first take these down here as well. Thank you for the follow. optimize this here somehow. Problem is we still have the vortices here. Wait, can we just... Yeah, we can just dissolve the vortices. That works. Undo. Okay, what happens here if we do this? Too much. Nope. I mean, this is standing on something, so what am I doing here? I can just cut this out completely. We don't need that. Unless I want to use this pillar somewhere else. Just have it lying around somewhere. But if we come to that, we can still change it. Okay. Let's mark this as a seam. Mark this as a seam. And then mark this as well. Okay, seems to be the best we can get out of this with automatic placement here. Could mark those as well. Create this. But it's not much better. We still have a lot of free space around here. No, now just flipped it. Let's keep it this way. Selected objects. Set up. Okay, let's export this. Let's rename this. Rename it again because I missed something here. Okay. Okay, there it is. And let's open up this nice program here. And let's first take this one. And then I also want something else on here. Whoops. Okay, there's overlapping here. Did I just completely miss that? Apparently. What is that point here? That's where it's mirroring from? Yep. That's where it's mirroring from. Can I change this somehow? Does anyone know how to move the mirror? So that I don't have overlapping vertices here, but still the same height. Oh wait, this is 3.6. Ah, okay. It was in the right spot. Because if that's the middle, then everything should be fine. Okay. Do I need to apply that mirror or not? Sure. First, let's save this and export this again. Okay, now we have the mirror on here. Yeah, I think the mirror wasn't a good idea for this. Because we get this strange thing here. So texture is also mirrored there, which doesn't look good. Let's see what happens if we apply that. And I think then we need to, yeah, we need to do a different kind of UV for this. No, I think we leave it at this. No rotations and stuff like that on this, so it's okay. Let's export this again. this. But we get the cut here, but we can rotate that so that we don't see this. The seam is always inside the wall somewhere. Okay, let's see, what else did I want to add to this? Keep it at this or add something metal or wood to this? Because I'm not sure myself. Let's try something here. Add a black mask. UVs. Add a bit of accent to it. And now we need to add fill layer here. The black mask. Add a generator. Dirt. And for that to work properly, we need to build these maps. softness. And let's change the color. This is 0.18. And I noted down the color I used for all the other dirt, so it's easier to just copy this over. Okay. Let's import these here. Pillar. Okay, and let's select this. Okay. Oh, yeah, I know why. Because we need to re-import this. Save this, close it. this. For some reason, the texture is not here correctly. I mean, we get the normals, but the texture is not correct. So, not sure what's the problem there. Okay. Now it works better. That looks good. Okay. Let's change it with this one. Well, much better. Even though it's still not the same size, but it looks better overall. Different navigation systems, always the same. Kind of confuse me. Yep, I think this is fine. So let's add a few of those. The places where we really need them first, and then all the other spaces. Let's duplicate this one. Move it in here. And we need to rotate this because the seam is visible here. Okay, now it's poking through here slightly. Do I want that or do I not want that? I mean, I kind of built them to just do that, but it looks a bit strange in this corner here. I think it's fine. Shouldn't be a problem. Yeah, let's just place them. And here we need them. It's the that was the last one, yeah. Okay, all the corners there. Covered up. We still need to add them to the walls here because they're not really, yeah, they are not really seamless, even though these seem to work. Not 100%ly, but here they definitely do not work. Yeah, the problem is that the UVs are horrible and don't have the right size and stuff like that. So if all the UVs had the same size, it wouldn't be a problem. But I think it's okay for the moment. Yay, we found the Steinheimer Brewery, which is here. Okay. And we should be able to just run down here. Run down here to empty rooms. Then kind of add the barrel in here to pick up. But we cannot get up the stairs. So we need to fix the stairs. Yep. This seems to be too much for us to jump up. So let's remove that collision. Oh, and we also need to add textures to these. Let's see if they work now. Nope, still not working. What did we do with those? Oh, we took the mesh. Okay, let's do that here. Let's see if we can walk up there now. Now we can walk up. Good. Ah! Yeah, and we can fall down. Yay! That happens so we don't have walls here to stop us from falling down. Okay. Yeah, we need to place the barrel in here. Let's see, where are my pickups? Is it clutter? No. Pickups. that. Remove that. And here we need to set the right ID. Okay. Then we need to place this over here. Shoop. Why would I? I kind of like the visual scripting in Unreal more. And I'm not... Things I have made really bad experiences with CryEngine when I was doing student projects, because the CryEngine support was horrible. There are not enough tutorials for it, and it was really, really bad. They changed a few things by now, but it's still, in comparison to Unreal or Unity, really bad. That's a matter of opinion. I like the graphics in here, and it doesn't need to look too realistic and too shiny for the game to look good. And at the moment, this is just placeholder all over the place. Yeah. And the other thing is, to make good graphic, you need to make good models as well. And everything I created here myself is really low poly. And it would look the same crappy, like the same crappy pieces in CryEngine. And like I said, experience taught me not to like CryEngine, because some friends of mine had a student project working CryEngine, and they were told, when they started, they were told, okay, yeah, we will help you. We will give you, when you have questions, just ask us. And at some point, roughly in the middle of the project, Crytek changed their policies and wanted more money, and as a result, they cut the support completely. And the team stood there, had bugs in their stuff that they couldn't fix because there were engine bugs, and they had to completely start from scratch in their project. And what did they do? They took um, Unreal Engine at that point, where they had support, where they had the community that had tutorials and stuff like that, and it worked fine. And the game looked the same. So it's kind of bad taste when I'm thinking of CryEngine. It's a completely personal thing for me. Doesn't have much to do with the engine itself. If it's better or worse, I don't know. What I've tried with it, no. Or let's say no, because I did few DirectX stuff to display models and move stuff around, but only in a kind of academic sense. Never really created complete game engine with it. And I don't have any ambitions to. Why would I? I have the ability to use these engines here, Unreal, Unity, and everything I did with them so far worked. I didn't need to have complete control over every little aspect of the engine. And in Unreal, if I need to, I have complete source code access. That's another aspect. If I ran into problems at some point, I could just go into the source code and change stuff. But at the moment, I'm just using blueprints, visual scripting, which is absolutely fine for the stuff I'm using here. I don't think I need anything more. Maybe at the end, to optimize performance a bit, I might switch over to C++, but I don't think so. Definitely Dota again. um, I did a bit of Java. I know C Sharp. I worked with C++. Um, I did a bit of C at some point. I also tried to use Fortran. Kind of failed in that regard. Never used it again after trying once. Um, I use scripting languages like JavaScript and Lua. But I'm not a fan of scripting languages. Not sure why. It's just that I kind of need to read source code and not English. My favorite is C#. Oh yeah, I remember we need to do this. Ease of use. I don't need to do too much memory management in it. And yeah, the syntax I'm kind of used to. Might not be the best one, but I like it more than, like I said, stuff like Lua, where this looks like plain text. And also what I can do with it. That I could use C# in Unity for game development, or could create Windows programs without problem. Yeah. But one thing that you have to keep in mind in that regard is that I'm not a real programmer, because I didn't study it. I didn't go to university or stuff like that. Most of the stuff I'm doing is self-taught, or in kind of game-related courses. And I don't have the academic background for stuff like C, maybe. So that I like C because it's gives me I'm really bad at it, but it is quite important. You need vector mass in game development, but sometimes I'm really bad at it. I mean, if I wanted to move this block in game, I would need kind of vector mass for this too, because I'm moving it on vectors, and to get it moving in this direction here, I would need to use vector mass for that, and more advanced stuff for more advanced applications. So it's quite important. How many commercial games I created? None so far. That's kind of my problem. That's why I'm working on this game, because this will be the first one. Because I only worked on student projects so far. And the 2 games I worked on in game companies both kind of died. They were discontinued at some point, because in one case it was money running out, in the other case it was complete and utter false management of resources in the game company I worked, and use of interns as programmers to get the game done, but only employing interns 3 months in a row, which meant the code base was horrible and didn't work at all. And everyone who tried to fix it was told not to do it, because it doesn't matter. And in the end, the game never came out. No. Far from it. This game is an exploration adventure game, which means there are really simple mechanics, and the only thing that is real big work is kind of filling out the gaps in the map and writing content for it, basically. So let me show you the game. Yeah, but I would never be able to finish it anymore on my own. It's just not possible. I have a simple branching dialogue system here. And I also have a journal. And the other thing I have in here is an inventory system, which has no real meaning at the moment, apart from picking up items and equipping them to maybe open doors or stuff like that. For instance, now we have picked up a key, lockpick in this case, and we can equip that. And this door is broken. And let's see, maybe we okay, this door is broken as well. I plan to release it February next year. And depending how far I get with the game, it will be early access release or full release. But by the looks of it, will be early access, because I still need to fill out a lot of content in here and create more content for it to be a full game. Yeah, I plan to put it on Steam. But at the moment I only have the... If you scroll down below the stream, there's a link to a Steam concepts page. And as soon as I can pay the fee there, I will change that to a green light page and update the information there. But for the green light page, I want to have a playable demo that you can download and test out, and I need to take a bit of time to create the green light page to make it look better. No multiplayer, it's single player only. That's another aspect. For multiplayer I would need to have some kind of server system, or I could use system in Steam for servers and stuff like that, but I would need to create those, create the communication between server and client and stuff like that, and I didn't want to do it for this game. And it's also kind of game that's more a single player game for me than anything else. Yeah, kind of. But I don't mind questions. That's not sure. I kind of doubt it. Nope. No free to play, no microtransactions, nothing like that. Pay once, get the full game, and get updates for free, basically. I'm not sure. At some point, if I want to create stuff that's beyond the scope what I have at the moment, I might put that up as DLC, but no in-app purchases, microtransactions, stuff like that. Yeah. Maybe later. I don't know. But so far I don't see the reason why I would add DLC to this. Because I still need to fill out the world with content. And I have a few things that I want to have in the world that are not in here yet, and that will take a lot of time to put in, because I am alone working on this, so it will take time. But like I said, it will probably be in early access sometime next year. Hopefully in the beginning of next year. Not sure if it will be February, or if I go into no website, nothing like that, because I'm really bad at kind of promoting my game apart from streaming it. I mean, there is an IndieDB page. There is kind of a picture of a Facebook page, but that's all there is. There's nothing else there. I need to take some time and just make screenshots, make videos, and update all that information. Yeah, I don't know. That's the big problem. I have no real idea how to promote the game, and apart from streaming development. No, no publisher. No, nothing like that. Um, Not sure. Probably not. Because to work with a publisher, I would need to have a knowledge of contracts and stuff like that, and I don't have enough knowledge in that regard. So I probably won't go the publisher route, which means I need to do something else to kind of self-publish it. Yeah, I know. Um, yeah, maybe. The thing is, at the moment, it's English, which for me is also a foreign language. And I think first I will keep it English. And then I might do the German translation myself, because it's easy for me. And maybe do other translations. But as far as I can see it, it's a lot of text that needs to be translated, and I'm not sure yet if there will be voice acting at some point. So, a lot of variables that I don't know anything about yet. So, can't really tell you. Yeah, I know. And I have a friend that could help me with signing those papers because he's a copyright lawyer and he could help me out with that. Maybe at some point. Not sure. I need to fix that. I was thinking of maybe 10, 15 euro. Not much more because there isn't not a lot of content in the game. But on the other hand, I put a lot of time into this, and so I will not put it up for just 1 euro or so. But that's something I need to figure out once I'm at that stage. um, it will be sci-fi, that's for sure, but not much more plans than that because it's something I shouldn't think about when I'm still working on one game. Because as far as I know it, I will work on this game for probably the whole of next year. So still a lot of things that could happen in that time. So don't want to think about other games I could work on unless someone hires me and pays me. Then I can think of other games. But for my own games, it's only this at the moment. If I'm making enough money to be able to hire someone, probably, yeah. But I would hire them for this project first to kind of finish up this project. But if this gets, if this is some kind of sleeper hit that kind of gives me millions when it's published, yeah, definitely I will use the money to hire people for the next game, definitely. But I kind of doubt that, so um, yes, because I need to. Otherwise, I would have problems in Germany because as soon as I'm making money with the game, I need to kind of register a company. And the first thing I would do when I'm making money is hiring someone who knows how to handle company and how to handle money, which I can't. No, not yet. Yeah, there is, but I still need to register that. I still need to say, okay, I'm self-employed and I'm making money with this game and working on this game or on this project, whatever. And um, Tech Omega, what do you mean? What does the player do in the game? Basically, walk around and explore the land. That's kind of all there is. Yeah, definitely. I'm outsourcing everything. Problem with outsourcing is, or to create offshore companies, is that I would need to have employees, and to have employees, I would need to have money. Um, the player is hired by um, kind of a company to retrieve a lost recipe for beer, for the magic ale that's rumored to be in this area here in this valley. And it is here, it's in this brewery, or there's a copy in the troll library, but good luck getting in there. Um, and apart from that, you have obstacles that you need to overcome. You need to convince people to get into the brewery. You need to find a way to get into the troll library, and you're exploring for ways to get you in there. Artifacts, um, some way, some stuff you learn about the land that could help you with talking to people to give you hints. Okay, you can maybe get in there by going through the mines or so. I myself don't drink beer, but it's based on a D&D campaign friend of mine um, kind of game mastered, and that's where the world comes from and the idea of the world. And it's kind of similar to what we played in that campaign. Well, one shot evening. That's where everything here is based upon. With a few changes I made myself to it. No, 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 he's not. He gave me all the information I showed you earlier here. When I told him that I wanted to do this, he gave me all this information here. And the only thing he wants is maybe a key for the game once it is on Steam, but nothing more. Thank you for the follow. Oh, and something else. you're here interviewing me. Um, you can help me out. If you scroll down below the stream, there's a button you can click on and tip stuff to me. Kind of, I would call it tips, other people call it donations. And I also have a Patreon you can help me out on. Stuff like that if you want to. Definitely possible millions, trillions. Yeah, the thing is, if he wants something more at some point, I have to deal with it then. But first, I need to get the game onto Steam and sell a few copies, so before that, there is no money to get from this. And even if that fails, it's still a success for me because I've published a game and I have a portfolio piece that I can show to people. So, no problem there. And every copy I sell is a bonus. Yep, definitely. I mean, if I'm making trillions with this, definitely. Or billions. Millions, billions, or whatever. Okay, I think this is enough for today. I will definitely have a look at this thing here, this instance tool, and see if I can afford that, which I kind of doubt, even though it's really cheap, but my budget is non-existent. And then I will be back tomorrow and we will continue building the brewery here, and after the brewery I will go to the mayor's house and build that. Even though I wanted to do some scripting today, but I kind of didn't get to it because I still need to fix few connections between my dialogue and my kind of journal and condition system to kind of connect those better. I think I need to note that down so I do that tomorrow because I need to do that at some point. But like I said, it's all for today. And see you guys tomorrow or whenever you have time to come by. Bye bye.